One for O'Neill.
Never created it.
Hey, Charlie.
Charlie, we can't get on for a day.
The lights.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to now, but I gotta get on the internet.
See, my host gets to. Chair call not available.
All right, you ready? Good morning. Welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin, I'm going to ask Mr. Jeremy Cummins to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray.
Father God, we thank you for a new day of life and thank you for all that's going to be in it today. And we ask you to forgive us where we failed you. Lead and guide us today. Help us make good decisions. Help us do what's right in your eyes and be pleasing to you in our actions and our thoughts and our deeds. Just be kind to one another and be good leaders. We ask this in your name. Amen.
So the board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, and 1 physician and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions concerning this case. At this time, I'm going to have each board member introduce themselves.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Mary Stewart.
And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Attorney General, Ms. Kristen Love.
Good morning. I am Kristen Love, and I'll serve as the hearing officer for today's hearings. We'll call up the first matter on today's docket. Case number 2024-0510 involving the licensee, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, license number R-879012. Again, I'm Kristen Love, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. Proceeding to be the rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel to state their names for the record.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Mary Stewart.
I understand we do not have an alternate for this case. We'll proceed. Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Ms. the licensee, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill present?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. O'Neill, are you represented by an attorney?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed today without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today so that the court reporter can swear you in. If you're going to testify, state your name for the record.
Me, Jennifer O'Neill.
Tawanda Jones.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that this one you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that B1 through B12 be admitted into the exhibits along with, I believe we have R1 is, I'm sorry, wrong. That's, please disregard that. B1 through B12 was correct. We don't have an R1.
Ms. O'Neill, do you have any objection to the exhibits B1 through B12 being admitted into the record for today's hearing?
No, ma'am.
All right, B1 through B12 are admitted. We'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. Parties are ready to begin. We can start now with opening statements, beginning with counsel for the bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. O'Neill has been licensed as an RN since March of 2008. However, she self-reported to the board that a series of events in April of 2024 led her to seek treatment at Defining Wellness in Brandon, Mississippi from April 15th, 2024 until May 10th, 2024. This occurred when Ms. O'Neill entered the hospital for a medical condition, and it was determined that she was experiencing detoxification symptoms. According to her psychiatric evaluation dated April 16th, 2024, she was seeking treatment related to alcohol. In the assessment, Ms. O'Neill stated she drank half a pint of rum each night. According to the assessment, she has severe alcohol use disorder and is benzodiazepine dependent and also suffers from MDD and PTSD. Excuse me. The assessment stated she would benefit from inpatient treatment and that she would require regular medical monitoring. While there is no evidence she was under the influence on duty, her actions and behavior present a serious concern for the health and safety of the public. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. O'Neill as it sees fit, and we would respectfully ask this board panel to do so. Thank you.
Ms. O'Neill, do you have an opening statement?
Just that I went into the hospital around April the 8th, began to have detoxification symptoms. Was encouraged by the physician to seek alcohol treatment, which I did on my own accord, and I completed that treatment. And I have been 296 days sober from alcohol, and I would like to continue to be that way. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. We'll start now with board counsel's case, and then once they rest, then you'll have the opportunity to present anyway. Right, Mr. Walker, you may call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The board calls Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name, county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Tawanda Jones, Rankin County is a place of residency, and the Mississippi Board of Nursing is of employment.
How long have you worked at the Board of Nursing?
7 years.
Can you tell us what it is that you do here at the board?
I investigate the allegations that come into the board.
So you've always been an investigator here at the board?
Yes,
So you're familiar with the investigative process of the licensees of this board?
yes.
Would you look at page 4 and for the record, state what that document is?
Page 4, Exhibit B3 is a license verification for the respondent.
When does it show that she was first licensed in Mississippi?
The license was issued on March 4th, 2008.
What was she licensed as?
She was licensed as a registered nurse.
Okay, if you would look at page 7 and identify that for the record as well too, please.
Page 7 is the complaint.
And what are the charges that are against Ms. O'Neill today?
Charge 1 is that the respondent is addicted or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, and is a habitual user of narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamines, hallucinogens, and other drugs having similar effect, and has misappropriated any medication. Charge 2, the respondent has a physical, mental, or emotional condition that renders a licensee unable to perform nursing services or duties with reasonable skill and safety.
Are there any facts in that complaint to support those charges?
Yes.
Can you kind of sum those up for us?
Okay, the respondent self-reported to the Board of Nursing that she was treated at Defining Wellness in Brandon, Mississippi from April 15th, 2024 to May 10th, 2024. And according to the respondent's statement, it was after then that she was in the hospital for a medical condition, and she discovered she was having detoxification symptoms. According to a psychiatric evaluation and assessment done on April 16th, the respondent was seeking care for alcohol use and benzodiazepine dependence. The assessment also diagnosed her with MDD and PTSD. The respondent completed the program in good standing, and the respondent declined participation in MMVP.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Will you look at page 22 for us and identify that for the record?
Page 22, Exhibit B10 is a statement that the respondent gave to the Board of Nursing.
What's the date of that statement?
The date of the statement is May 16th, 2024.
Can you tell us what she said in her statement to you?
Okay, it says, to whom it may concern. I went into the hospital for a medical issue and realized I was having detoxification symptoms. When I was getting ready to be discharged from the hospital, the doctor talked to me about treatment for alcohol. I agreed with the doctor, and the social worker helped her to find an appropriate place for her treatment. So I went to Defining Wellness in Brandon and completed the program. I was never intoxicated or under the influence at work. I never mishandled any drugs in the workplace. I was treated from April 15th, 2024 through May 10th, 2024, and completed the program in good standings. I am also attending AA meetings, sobriety recovery, and my church for guidance and support. I'm 100% committed to my sobriety.
Thank you. Turn back to page 19. Are you familiar with this document? Page 19.
Page 19, B8 is a letter from the case manager for defining wellness for the respondent.
What's the date on that letter?
The date on this letter is May 10th, 2024.
And can you tell us what this letter is in regards to?
This is the facility just informing that she was admitted to their facility for chemical dependency on April the 15th, 2024. She completed the residential phase of the treatment program in good standing on May 10th, 2024. And she was going to be transferred to the Defining Wellness Intensive Outpatient Program in Richland.
So this kind of verify what her statement said as well.
Yes.
We'll flip back over to page 11. Yeah, can you identify that for the record?
Page 11B6 is a psychiatric evaluation from Defining Wellness.
Who's that for?
The respondent, Jennifer O'Neill.
Can you tell us what that evaluation is dated?
The date of the evaluation is April 16th, 2024.
And according to this evaluation, what was she seeking treatment for?
The chief complaint was treatment for alcohol.
Okay. In this evaluation, did Ms. O'Neill discuss her drinking with the assessor?
She did.
What did she say about it?
She says she's been drinking for 20 years. She drinks a half a pint of rum each night. The last time that she did that was on April the 11th p.m.
Did she say, had she ever drink at work? Did she say she drank at work or anything like that?
No, she did not say she drank it.
In this evaluation, does it say what led her to seek treatment?
Yes. It says on the morning of April 10th, she saw her primary care provider because she woke up with blurred vision, hypertension and restlessness, and a headache and anxiety.
And does it say anything else about what does it say about what happened on April the 12th?
It says on April 12th, she was intoxicated on admission. And this was at St. Dominic's Hospital.
And how was she found that morning?
She was found in a stupeous position,
Who
state.
found her?
Well, her coworkers came to check on her because she didn't show up for work on that day. So they went to check on her and she was found in a stupeous state.
Okay. And was she treated there?
Her treatment started at St. Dominic's, but she was not pleased with some of the treatment. So she left and went to another facility.
Okay, what were they treating her? What did they treat her for at the other facility?
At Merit Health is where she was an ER nurse, is where she went for the second treatment. She was treated for Wernicke's encephalopathy, alcohol withdrawal, and bilateral upper extremity DVT.
Does the evaluation or the assessment mention any type of mental health issues that might have been going on?
Yes.
Can you discuss what those are or what is listed in the evaluation?
Okay, page 2 of the evaluation talks about the mood. She's diagnosed with MDD and anxiety. And her first symptoms of depression were around 7 years ago.
Okay.
And it also mentions that it was PTSD.
Okay, thank you. On page 14, you can turn to page 14 for me. The part of the assessment that says evaluation.
Under the assessment.
Under the assessment, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, the assessment under this evaluation. Can you read that first paragraph for the record?
First paragraph under the assessment says that Miss O'Neill is a 44-year-old Caucasian female presenting to defining wellness with severe alcohol use disorder and benzodiazepine dependence. She was noticed an increase in use and tolerance. She continued to drink despite worsening mental health, impaired parenting, and marital strain. She has been unable to stop drinking on her own. She has MDD and PTSD, which are both perpetuated and precipitated by alcohol use. Her employment, trauma, and a maladaptive coping, which implied that her current vocation is not a healthy fit for her. Keep going.
No, well, that's fine. You can stop there. Thank you. Can you tell us what recommendations were made off this evaluation?
She would benefit, the recommendation is that she would benefit from further medically assisted withdrawal as CIWA B score remains elevated. She will also benefit from inpatient treatment.
On page 15, can you tell us what her diagnosis was?
Page 15 of the evaluation diagnosis is alcohol dependence and anxiety disorder and major depressive disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, Ms. O'Neill, if you have any questions for Ms. Jones, you can ask them.
No, ma'am.
For Ms. Jones from the board. Do you release the witness to?
Yes. Return of the witness, sorry, stay rest.
Yes. All right, Ms. O'Neill, this is your opportunity now to present your defense.
I would just like to say that I realized that I had a problem. I went to Defining Wellness on my own. I checked myself in. I completed the program. I learned a lot of things while I was there about coping, dealing with stress, trauma, alternate forms of dealing with stress and trauma. I learned a lot about AA, a lot about emotional intelligence. I would recommend it for anyone that has a problem, even if it's not alcohol related. It just helps with your coping mechanisms. I left Defining Wellness on May the 10th of 2024. I went to return to my job. My supervisor informed me that I needed to self-report myself to the board, which I did. Like I said earlier, I've been sober 296 days and I'm 100% committed to my recovery. I attend AA. I have a sponsor. I read literature every day in the big book and the 12-12. I attend Celebrate Recovery, and I also have a church group that I'm involved with. I have been working. I went back to work towards the end of May of 2024. Dealing with things much better now. Not having any cravings, not having any problems. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
At this time, Mr. Walker may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, will you state your name, your county residence, and where you're currently employed?
Jennifer O'Neill, Rankin County, Merritt Rankin ER in Brandon,
How long have you been there?
since 2016, June of 2016.
You always been in the ER there?
I worked on the floor for a couple months when I started, and then I've been in the ER ever since.
Have you had any disciplinary issues while you were there?
I don't think so, no.
And you said, you stated in your statement that you were never under the influence at work. Is
No,
that
sir.
correct? Can you tell us about your educational background, where you went to school?
Graduated high school in Ellsworth Air Force Base, right outside of Rapid City, South Dakota. I moved here. I went to Hines Community College for my ADN. I went to Walden University for my BSN, and I 3/4 completed the master's program through Walden University.
So you didn't get your master's yet? Didn't finish?
No, sir, not yet.
That's something you plan to do?
See.
Can you tell us about what happened on that morning in April when I believe it was the 12th,
Mhm.
when you were found by your coworker?
Yes, sir. I slept through my alarm. The day before, I had a death in the family. My husband had left me. I had a death in the family. There was a lot of stuff going on. I was still recovering from incident that had happened a few years ago that I still had nightmares about. I pulled a child out of a pool that had drowned, a 5-year-old, in front of my daughter. So that was pretty traumatic. Just kind of things were piling up. Had a little too much to drink the night before and didn't wake up for my alarm. My coworker was sent to check on me where he called an ambulance. He thought I had fallen and hit my head.
So you were scheduled to work that morning?
Yes, sir.
So you would have went into work that morning, correct?
No,
No? Have you ever went in, let's say, hungover?
no, sir. I go to bed about 8:30 at night, 9 o'clock.
According to the assessment, you said you've been drinking, or I guess the evaluation, for approximately 20 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that entire time? Because it said you started drinking like a half a pint of rum a night.
Yeah, that was not for 20 years. That was probably the last year or so.
So beginning, and when would you say that the heavy drinking started by your definition here, I guess?
June or July of 2023.
So at the time you went in, almost a year before you went in, is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
And what is that? Everything you described earlier, is that what caused you to start heavily drinking?
Yes, sir.
And that was the last time. So you said 296 days, and I had to Google that. So that came up to April 14th, 2024, right?
Yes, because I went into the program, but I had multiple DVTs in both of my arms and I was in a lot of pain. So I ended up going back to the emergency room when I first got there for pain management of my arms. And then I went back to defining wellness on, I think it was the 14th. Can't remember the date.
Your statement says April 15th to May 10th, and this, um,
So April the 11th was the day that that was a Friday. That's the day that I was taken to St. Dominic's Hospital.
so you wouldn't, just to be clear, so I'm clear, you never went in under the influence
No, sir.
in that whole year that you were heavily drinking?
No, sir.
The assessment mentioned that you were also dependent on benzos, is that correct?
I have a prescription for Xanax. I only take it when it's absolutely needed.
How often would you say you take it?
Maybe a half one every other day, every 3 days.
Is that something you're trying to get off of, or are you seeing anybody for that? Or do you see a counselor?
Right now, I do not see a counselor.
That'd be something you would be willing to do if it was ordered by the panel?
Yes.
And I know you said you attend AA meetings, right?
Yes.
Or how often do you go to those?
I try to go at least once a week. It's kind of hard with my schedule. I have to have somebody come in early for me or something.
How long have you been doing that?
Since May the 10th of 2024.
It's a little less than a year.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a sponsor?
Yes.
Well, can you tell us a little bit about your support system?
My daughter and I live in their home together. I have a mother and a stepfather and a brother that are very supportive. I have a dad and a stepmom that are very supportive. And I have a friend that I spend time with that is also in recovery.
And you have a church group too? Is that what you said in your statement?
Yes, sir. I go to Crossgate Baptist Church.
Is that, is it just a support group or is it like
It's
for,
like an adult Sunday school class.
okay,
We talk about everything.
it's not really like a AA meeting? It's just-
No.
Okay.
Celebrate Recovery is where I do that.
Okay. So your P and P says, just looking at your P and P, it's on 27. You've been consistently prescribed at least three or more providers for the benzos. Can you kind of tell us why you've been prescribed that by that many?
For the benzos,
Yeah,
the only person that prescribes me benzos is Dr. Donald Garrett, my nurse practitioner that I see.
okay. Let's see. On page 24, September 2023 on that page,
Yes.
at the top.
Mhm.
And then on September 1st, it appears you were prescribed that, it looks like hydrocodone cough medication.
Yes.
Can you kind of tell us, and then again on the 19th from a different provider, can you tell us why?
I have chronic knee pain, and I'm assuming that the cough medicine was because I probably had pneumonia.
So is it just a sickness at the time?
Yes, sir.
Um,
I'm waiting a knee replacement on my right knee. That's what the pain medication is for. And I have chronic kidney stones.
Thank you for that. I was wondering how it was. On page 11 of that assessment, I had a note here too. It said that you do not believe that your drinking is problematic. Do you still think that?
No, it was definitely problematic.
So you do think you're an addict?
Yes, sir.
How long did you were in inpatient treatment, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long you were in inpatient treatment?
I believe it was 30 days.
And what about the outpatient? Was that
I was not able to do the outpatient. It was scheduled. They let me go back to work. So I was not able to do the outpatient.
okay.
But I did call them and they're the ones that got me in with my AA group and Celebrate Recovery.
So would you be willing to drug test and attend? I asked you about AA meetings earlier, but if the panel orders you to drug test, is that something you'd be willing to do?
I would. It would be very inconvenient, but I would do it.
Can I ask why you declined the MMVP when it was offered?
Oh, I'm sorry. What is that? Can you define that for me?
The voluntary program,
I didn't think that I needed it.
but you agreed you had some type of substance abuse issue.
I had a problem with alcohol.
Would you say alcohol is a substance?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, John.
At this time, the board may have some questions for you, Ms. O'Neill.
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to clarify on what the counselor just asked you. You do not believe that you truly have a problem, is that correct?
No, ma'am. I know that I have a problem.
Okay, so have you done a 12-step program?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the first step?
The first step is admitting that you have a problem.
Okay. Also, I was going over the PMP and I believe Mr. Cummins, do we have an update of that PMP?
I believe it goes to January 6th. Is that of this? That would be the closest one we have. Let's see.
So one question I do have in regards to the 11, the PMP. So just to clarify, because have you seen on paper what your prescriptions have looked like?
I kind of glanced through it when they gave me this folder when I was out there.
So when we review back on it and we only go from 1 year ago, 1 year ago. And you say that your problem has been alcoholism, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is just something that I would like to bring up, so maybe you can explain it better for me. So as far as Xanax, in 1 year, you were prescribed 1,190. Enough Norco to where you could take it daily. The cough medicine, I see it went over, it looks like a 2-month period. And then I see your medicine that you're taking now currently for your alcoholism, correct?
I'm taking now.
The Chloreza, let me pull it up.
No, I was only given that while I was at Defining Wellness.
Are you currently taking, since your sobriety, have you taken any scheduled medication and are partaking of any alcohol?
I've had no alcohol since I entered Defining Wellness. I take Xanax as it's prescribed to me only on an as-needed basis. And I have taken, I've had a prescription for hydrocodone, I think for maybe seeing the dentist. And like I said, I have chronic knee pain. I'm waiting a knee replacement and cough medicine for flu, pneumonia, cough.
Well, based on your history, have you asked or requested from your provider to use a different medication
A different medication for,
for your issues? For your, okay. Also, you talked about having a sponsor. Who is your sponsor?
Walter Anderson
And how often do you see him?
every week.
And I know that you kind of touched on this on some of the documents you've given to us. However, at any point in your 16-year career, have you ever worked impaired?
No, ma'am.
All I have.
Have a couple of
Again, why did you state that you declined the MMVP program?
I didn't think that I needed it.
You consider yourself an alcoholic?
Yes.
Do you understand what the MMVP program is?
No.
Did you ever inquire on what it was before you declined it?
All I was told is it was a monitoring program that would restrict me from being able to give narcotics, which would be a severe impairment for the people that I work with. And I don't have a problem with giving drugs to patients. I never had a problem with that. I've never done anything of that nature. This was a personal issue that, you know, should be, I think, protected by health protection information, but that's just the way I feel. Because I mean, I think that everybody, probably the majority of the people in this room probably seek out mental health, seek out help for mental health issues. And I don't think that should be held against us for seeking out help.
When was the last time you had a drunk about?
The night before I had the issue on, I believe it was April the 11th. So it would be April the 10th would be the last time that I had any alcohol.
2024.
Yes, sir.
My last question is this, and I guess I'm a little confused maybe. I heard in your testimony you stated that you have a prescription for Xanax
Yes, sir.
and that you, it's PRN,
Yes, sir.
you take maybe a half a tab every other day.
If needed. Yeah.
Right. But then I look at your PMP and I see that you're being prescribed 60 Xanax in October, November, and December of 2024. That's 180 Xanax.
Yes, sir. They sit in the cabinet until I use them.
That you refill it even though you don't need it?
Yes.
Wow.
Because the prescription will go out of date and I'll have to pay for an office visit to go back.
So you don't feel like it's hazardous for someone who considers themselves an addict to have tons of Xanax sitting in a cabinet?
Not a drug addict.
But you admitted to using drugs along with alcohol.
I believe that the Xanax along with the alcohol was a problem.
I don't have any other questions.
So, Ms. O'Neill, first, I want to just say how much we appreciate you coming and acknowledging that you have a problem with alcohol.
And also to recognize that sometimes it may seem like we're opposed to people getting mental health, and that is certainly not the case at all. And you probably know this, but I'm going to reiterate that we really have to think about the risk that all of our licensees are posing to patients. Mental health concerns, drug concerns, physical, that's our responsibility. So the questions are along those lines. My colleagues have actually asked every question that I had written, and so I just want to clarify a couple of things. On the MNVP program, the voluntary monitoring program, that is in, there are others in the room that can explain that much better than I can, but that is typically a 5-year program. And that's not random. That's based on research that tells us that people that have some type of chemical addiction, whether that's alcohol or something else, that the process takes about 60 months to really validate that they are potentially safe for practice. So while I think we would all agree that, 290 days, 94 days, the number you cited, is a good start. That doesn't reach the threshold of what the research and the evidence tells us is necessary for safe practice. And there are you're doing some things, I need to stop commenting, I realize, but I think there are a lot of other things perhaps that are integrated that we're going to need to think about. For example, have you had any random drug screens?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have, you said that attending meetings would be prohibitive because of your work schedule?
I have to get someone to come in early so I can make it to the meeting on time.
Is that a sacrifice, however, that you would be willing to make? In essence, to take care of the patients when you do get to work?
Well, usually I just talk to a night shift person, have them come in an hour early, and then I come in an hour early for them in the morning.
Okay. What do you take for your major depressive disorder?
Lexapro 10 milligrams.
And how long have you taken that?
I don't really know. I'd have to.
Do you remember when you were diagnosed?
Maybe 2019, 2020. I'm not sure.
Okay. And the provider that you said it's a nurse practitioner, I think, that you see, is that the person that you see for your depressive disorder?
Yes, ma'am.
So what was your takeaway from the psychiatric evaluation and assessment that you had? Did you think it was a fair assessment?
As fair as a psychiatric evaluation can be for someone who's in a completely different place and not at home with their family, and yeah.
Tell me a little bit more what you're talking about.
Just going to a treatment facility. I'd never been to one before. It was kind of scary, but
Sure.
yeah, I think it was pretty accurate.
Okay. And then I think the last question I have is you've indicated that you had some pretty, at least painful symptoms related to the alcohol overuse and abuse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when we ask, and I think 4 people have asked, or 1, 2, 3 have asked that, can't count very well. Have you ever been to work impaired? And
No,
you
ma'am.
say no, right? How do you know you're not impaired?
I go to bed about 8:30, 9 o'clock every night.
So help me tie that to you knowing you're not impaired,
I don't have any signs and symptoms of being impaired.
that you can assess.
Yes.
And yet there was an event, at least one that's documented, where you couldn't wake up.
Yes.
So what is I read somewhere, it may have been, I think it was in the psych assessments, that your spouse uses alcohol and drugs.
My soon-to-be ex-spouse, who no longer lives with me.
Okay, so you identified you had a parent, I think siblings that are supportive.
Mhm.
What about, you have a daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that relationship status?
We have a very good relationship. She stays with me, all during the week. She goes with her father every other weekend.
So compared to the way the relationship was a year ago with your soon-to-be ex
Mhm.
husband, how would you evaluate that it is today?
Definitely improved.
Can you talk about that, what that means, improved?
I don't really understand what you're asking.
What tells you that it's improved? Do you talk without?
Yeah.
Are you able to communicate?
Yeah, we talked,
with
and
her?
she comes to me with everything for school, and
Okay.
her grades have improved. Everything's
Okay,
seems better.
okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you again.
I do have a follow-up on what, uh, what she had asked you. So now I'm curious as to what is your area of practice? Where do you work?
I work in the emergency room.
So typically you're working 12-hour shifts, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And being a nurse that has worked in an emergency room, I know what stresses are involved in that. With that being said, would you say that the stressors involved in what you're doing has an impact personally for you?
Maybe, I don't know. I think we all have trauma as we work as nurses. That's just something you sign up for. It was an event that happened outside of the ER that really kind of messed with my head. So it wasn't something at work that got me that way.
Following up on that, are you seeking counsel for that specific situation?
I'm not seeing anyone at this time besides my nurse practitioner.
Do you think it would be appropriate for you to seek out assistance?
It
with
probably
that?
wouldn't hurt.
Thank you.
I have one other question, Your Honor. Panel's done.
Any other questions from the panel? Great.
Sorry, I just, off of Mr. Cummins, following up after his question. He referenced your P and P on page 28 and the months, specifically the last 3 months of the year last year. I guess what assurances can you offer the board after you've had an evaluation that says you're benzodependent? But yet you got 180 pills in the last 3 months. Like, what assurances can you offer that you can improve on that? I guess is where I'm going with that. In other words, if you've been diagnosed as benzodependent, but yet in 3 months you got 180 pills, doesn't really give the appearance that you're cutting back.
I am.
Do you have anything you can offer as to how or why?
Do not.
No further question.
All right, Ms. O'Neill, if there's anything you want to add now, based off that line of questioning, that you received from the board and, counsel for the board, if you want to, add any additional statement or address anything that you would question on, you can do that now.
No, ma'am.
We'll conclude the hearing and begin now with closing statements, starting with Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. After not showing up for work, Ms. O'Neill found herself in the hospital experiencing withdrawal symptoms. This led her to enter the inpatient treatment for alcohol dependence. In her assessment, she stated she was drinking as much as a half a pint of rum a night. Her assessment also revealed some mental health issues. According to the evaluation, Ms. O'Neill requires monitoring. Even though it appears Ms. O'Neill has taken steps in the right direction by obtaining treatment, this board has no way to track her progress without some type of monitoring being ordered by this panel. The board's duty is to protect the public. Ms. O'Neill has admitted even today she has a substance abuse issue, and if the board is to carry out its duty, she needs to be monitored. We would respectfully ask this panel to consider ordering some type of monitoring of Ms. O'Neill if she's keep the license. Thank you.
Ms. O'Neill, you close the statement. Closing statement, already. We will conclude this hearing. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2024-0510 involving the licensee, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill.
Make the motion.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make that motion.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. Stay, and it'll be announced, the decision will be announced verbally, and you'll also receive a written order in the mail. If you can't stay, you can just wait to receive that written order in the mail. It's totally up to you.
She asked me to be today.
We're gonna come back in and
Oh.
announce the verdict.
Yeah, we are. All right, we are back on the record and I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024-0510 involving the licensee, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill. The board finds the licensee guilty of both charges. The penalty imposed is a restricted license. The license is restricted for 48 months. The board, in consideration of the 296 days of sobriety that the licensee testified about, the restrictions will apply for 48 months as opposed to the 60 months. Some of the restrictions are, I'll just read a few, but you'll get a written order that spells it out. And a part of the written order requires you to meet with the board's compliance officer. So any questions you have, once you receive that written order about the restrictions on your license, you should definitely ask when you contact the compliance officer. But some of them are, you must select and identify a psych mental health provider, and also a primary physician and or nurse practitioner, indirect supervision, maximum hours, AA attendance, random and monthly drug screens, must obtain a sponsor and home group sponsorship. That's just a few of them. But like I said, quarterly reports, employee reports, you must provide a copy of this order to any present or future employers. That's the gist of it. There's a formal reprimand to be issued and a $500 fine to be paid. But like I said, you'll receive a written order in the mail within 45 days or less. And again, like I said, requirement is for you to meet with the compliance officer here. So any questions you have about that order and the restrictions that are imposed on your license, you just be sure to ask about that. And do you have any questions for me now? No. Questions? All right. That concludes the announcement of the board's decision.
Thank you.
We did. All right. And do you have any recess? Ready to start. Okay. All right. We're just going to jump. Okay.
This is. Which one are you on?
This is
here, but I don't think it's by chance or by coincidence. I think that God was just showing me that it wasn't quite time yet. So from December 2019 until now, a lot in my life has changed. I've given my heart to the Lord, and it's with his help that I'm raising 3 beautiful children to the best of my ability. I still work in healthcare, just in a non-nursing role. I've developed an incredible support system, and I have a wonderful church family now. I'm rooted and involved in my community and finally have made Mississippi home. So looking back at who I was in 2015 when all this happened to who I am now is unbelievable. I'm just simply not the same person. Through everything that's happened over the last 9 years, one thing has stayed the same. I love my profession and I'll have compassion and desire to help others. I deeply regret my conduct and I take full responsibility for my actions. I violated the oath that I swore to uphold in the core of nursing, honesty. Being a nurse was a privilege and an honor, and I will never again take that for granted if given another opportunity. I feel I'm fully capable of upholding the standards of my profession, and I respectfully ask that the board grant my petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Glass's license to practice nursing was revoked in November of 2015. After only 3 years of being issued the license here in Mississippi. In the order revoking her license, it states she was not present at the hearing. However, she admitted in a statement to the board that she pre-charted on patients. The panel found that sufficient evidence existed to find that she had committed unprofessional conduct by recording entries prior to patient care. Shortly after losing her Mississippi license, the Arkansas Board of Nursing revoked her license in Arkansas because of the action here in Mississippi. According to an email sent to the board, Ms. Glass still has outstanding fines in Arkansas she owes related to misdemeanors. In considering restoring her license to practice nursing, we would ask the panel to consider how long it has been since she has practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since losing her license, compliance with all the restoration requirements, and any outstanding fines and penalties. And lastly, if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Glass, Clark Glass, you may begin now with your presentation on your petition. And you may be subject to cross-examination by Mr. Walker and questioning by the board, and then your witness may also be subject to cross-examination by Mr. Walker. So you call your first witness, or you can yourself can, it's just up to you how you want to present your.
I don't really know how to, you want to.
Morning. My name is Lisa Herndon. I work at SMCI, which is South Mississippi Correctional Institution, as the program director there. And I'm also an Assembly of God minister in Leakesville, Mississippi. I've known Cassie for several years. Our kids go to school together. However, I really got to know her approximately 2 years ago when she started attending Leakesville First Assembly. I had the privilege of leading her to the Lord and baptizing her. I have seen God take her from an ordinary mother of 3 to an extraordinary woman of God. Cassie now works as one of our children's church leaders in our church. She drives the church van and picks up children that their parents don't come to church, to see how she how far she has come and how those children love her so much because of her uplifting, fun-loving, high energy, and sweet personality. I promise you it's amazing. Although Cassie's character speaks for itself, it's an honor to be able to express the love and, the love and natural caregiving skills she possesses, how she goes above and beyond to help the sick, the kids, and the elderly. I didn't know her when she lost her nursing license. However, I know the God-fearing woman she is now. Having almost 30 years experience working in a penitentiary, I can assure you, I have seen it all. I have heard it all. And I can read through the lines. I believe with all my heart, if anybody in this room deserves a second chance, it's Cassie.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any questions for Ms. Herndon?
Just a few, Your Honor. Ms. Herndon, are you an RN or are you a nurse?
I am not. I'm a program director at a prison in Greene County.
How did you meet? I may have missed it, so
That's okay.
how did you meet her?
Well, our kids go to school together, so I've known her for many years. However, I really met her when she started attending Leaksville First Assembly.
That's odd. Sorry, thank you. No further
That's
questions.
okay.
All right, any questions from the panel for Ms. Herndon? Right, Ms. Clark Glass, you can give a statement if you want to, in support of your petition, and then, Mr. R, you may just begin with, any cross-examination Mr. Walker may have.
I just want to say one thing. So for many years, I worked in long-term care. You just pick up bad habits and you just, you don't realize that you've got them until you're doing it. And I want you guys to know that I know the trust is broken there. I know that it is. But if you give me a chance, I won't let you guys down. That's it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I just call you Ms. Glass, or is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
Can you tell the board, just state for the record your name, your county residence, and where you're currently working?
So Cassie Taylor Glass. I work for Uplift, which is a subcontracted company with the VA. I take care of a disabled veteran in a non-nursing role, and I live in Greene County.
So,
Did
okay.
I-
Yes, you did. Thank you. Can you tell us can you kind of elaborate on your role that you said you worked for Uplift?
So I kind of I do everything that a PCA would do. Just take care of our home, take care of him. He's a double amputee patient. I've been with them for about 4 years now, a little under 4 years. Just do whatever they need me to do.
So you've been with the company or this Uplift for 4 years?
So I actually worked for, their names are Barbara and Grady. I actually worked for them privately at first. And then we got his VA benefits, or they got the VA benefits to where the VA would pay for a caregiver. So then I went to the company and interviewed and got hired. So I've been with Uplift, I think maybe 2 years, and then privately for about 20 months before that, roughly.
What were you doing before that?
So I actually, when all this happened, obviously I wasn't working in nursing for a minute. I was the assistant manager at Dollar General in Leaksville. I don't know, maybe 17, 18 months, something like that. And then I worked at a little gas station prior to that for not a month, maybe.
And that was all here in Mississippi, correct?
It was, yes, sir.
I
moved back to Arkansas in that time frame as well, but then come back.
When did you move back to Arkansas?
So Blakely was, I think I left in maybe 2017. And we come back. I was pregnant when we left, and I had the baby right when we got back. So it was probably gone 8 months, 7 months.
Okay. And did you work as a nurse there?
Did not have a small time. I was pregnant.
How long has it been since you worked as a nurse?
9 years, a long time.
When you were, you mentioned earlier that you worked, and when you did have your nursing license, you were in long-term care.
Mostly, yes, sir.
How long do you think you were in long-term care, or what else did you do? Let me ask that first.
So right out of nursing school, I went to the hospital for a year. And then I went to a long-term care facility, probably 3 or 4 years, worked PRN for some, random different places, taught CNA classes for a while, went back to long-term care, did home health. I've kind of the majority, for the 11 years, probably 9 of them were long-term care. That's just a guess, but
So the majority has been long-term care.
yes.
Can you tell us where you attended school, what years and about your educational background as far as nursing goes? You don't have to go into everything
I
else.
went to the LPN program at NTI in Springdale, Arkansas. Graduated in '04 and set for the boards that summer. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at you when paying attention to it. Can you repeat that?
Oh, Joe.
I heard it.
Um. So in your order, the order that was when your license was revoked, it says in there that you were, you gave a statement admitting what pre-charting, right?
I did the investigator come and talk to me.
So I guess what happened? Why did you not show up for your hearing? Because it looks like they served you and it came back. And then they had to publish you.
So honestly, life, I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses, but life. Home life was kind of crazy. We were moving a lot. I had 2 small kids at that time, and it just, believe me, I regret it.
Now, I believe you mentioned irresponsibility earlier in your opening. Is that what you're referring to?
A lot of it, yes, sir.
Is that, I'm sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead, go ahead.
Is that why it's taking you so long to come back in? Because this has been since 2015.
So I originally filed in 2019. And my original application was, I guess, misplaced, lost or something during COVID and people working from home and all of that. And then staff changes and just emails. It was just, it's been a mess, but we got it. We finally got it. I guess probably, I think I started talking to Miss Martin 4 months ago, 3 months ago. That's just a guess. And got it all.
Yeah, she's, well, because is it true you're in contact with her probably April of last year? Does that sound right?
It's about right.
Um,
I think that's when she sent me the incomplete restoration paper. And told me what all I needed to finish.
okay. The other thing you said in 2019, you changed in 2019. Can you elaborate on that? Like what happened?
So, just from 2019 till now is what I would, just a lot's changed. I mean, everything's changed really. I'm a single mom now. I've gotten saved. I attend church. I've got a support system. And, I live so far from my family's all in Arkansas, so I'm 600 miles from home. And that's a little bit hard with 3 small kids, but I've got an adopted family and church family. And so things are just, I'm in a better place personally so that I can perform professionally.
So I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to, when this happened back in, because you said you're different in 2019 than you were from 2015, when this happened, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Where I was at personally,
Yes, ma'am.
in a really bad relationship, a new mom, long way from home, very codependent relationship. I mean, just a lot.
Okay. Bear with me just for a minute. You have some misdemeanors, if I'm understanding right. We have an email from,
Prairie Grove.
yeah, Prairie Grove in Arkansas.
Yes, sir.
Can you, when did those occur?
So the original ticket was from like 2006, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for no tag. When I was there, went, set up payment plans, was doing all that. And then when we moved, just I didn't complete it. Well, then when I got down here, went to, all this happened and went to file for restoration. All that come up. Well, I've been in constant contact with the prosecutor there and the court clerk. And the only thing that they'll do is I've got to appear in person. So prior to, I guess, okay, so when we moved here the last time, I can't remember the date. I want to say 2017, 2018. My husband was diagnosed with leukemia. So there was a lot going on at home. It was just crazy. And I didn't comply with the payment plans that we had arranged. So now it's go there or pay it in full. And it's $3,000 now. because they charge you monthly for every month that you've got a balance. So it's pretty expensive now.
You just forgot?
No, I just didn't, I mean, I don't know, it just happened. I mean, and it wasn't a steep payment. It was like $55 a month or something, but I just didn't do it.
So according to the court clerk, you have two options. One would be to arrange a court date and ask for payment options, or other to pay full all fines and costs. Do you know how much those are?
Right at $3,000, I believe. I think that's the last, does it say that, you know, I think that's the last total that she gave me like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
So have you said you've been in contact with the prosecutor there, to understand that right? Have you made a decision on how you're gonna resolve that?
So, well, I was given those two options. I have 3 small kids, so if I've got to go to Arkansas, it's gonna have to be in the summer when school's not in session. So hopefully I can get that, but they won't accept payment plans, that they won't do anything until I show up in person. And then
So you think it'll at least be the summer before you have an answer to?
I don't know. The prosecutor said that sometimes they've kind of, he hasn't said that like definitely yet. So I don't really know. But I can't pay it in full, obviously, and I can't go when school's in.
Okay.
But I got the ones locally taken care of.
Yeah, so what were the, thank you, that was where I was going next. Can you tell us about, 'cause we got the abstract from Leaksville.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about what that involves?
So, during that little 1 month employment at the gas station, I sold cigarettes and alcohol to a minor with a fake ID and got in a lot of trouble. So I got fined, I went to court, got fines, and have resolved all of those.
Yeah, it looks like your last payment, is this correct, was January 30th of this year, so a few days ago?
Well, technically, yes. When I called her to get that paper for you guys, she said, you have a balance of $7 that we didn't know about. And I said, oh my goodness. So I gave her the $7 and she was able to print the paper for us. But I think payment plan stopped on it like back in 2019 was the last official payment, but I didn't know that there was a $7 balance.
Okay, so let's talk about, and your order, you were pre-charting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us how that came to be? I guess why?
There's no excuse, but I can explain the situation. I was at a new facility. I'd been there less than a month, I do believe. Was just trying to get it all done. I mean, honestly, that's like the truth, just trying to make it all happen. And then something happened at home and I got called and had to leave unexpectedly and then didn't go back, and the ones that weren't given didn't circle them. And I don't remember the exact conversation, but the charge nurse that was there, I told her that like, oh my gosh, I pre-charted, or I've charted something that I hadn't done. And she said, well, we'll circle them in the morning. Well, in the morning came and the DON had a copy of my MAR and my char and called me in the office and
In the order and on number 7 here on page 10 of the exhibits, it says that respondent admitted in a statement to the board that she pre-charted patients' medications, but indicated their action was due to lack of training. How long had you been a nurse at this point?
I want to say that was in 2015. So 10 years probably.
So do you think it was really a lack of training?
I don't think lack of training in general. I think like the facility itself. At the time, we weren't electronic health records. We had paper charts. Patients didn't have their picture on their MAR, stuff like that, that I was really overwhelmed. And I'm not, please understand, I'm not making excuses. I know what I did was wrong. But I was just trying to get it all done. I mean, honestly, that's the truth.
Your license in Arkansas is still revoked, is that correct?
Until this, yes, sir. I haven't even attempted to.
You haven't contacted them?
No. I mean, well, I sent them the verification form, but other than that, no, sir.
So if the panel does grant your license back, you understand you can't hold a multi-state license?
Yes, sir. I understand that.
So if you were on this panel, and you were hearing your restoration application, what would give you the most concern about what you said today?
The fact that I did it at all, I mean, honestly, I mean, I don't really know, that's a tough question.
Let me ask, do you think it's a concern that you haven't practiced as a nurse in 9 years?
Absolutely, I do.
Can you tell us why the panel should restore your license?
So I've met all the required CEUs. I took a legal and ethical class at Hines Community College. Not saying that that's near enough, but I mean, I'll do whatever you guys see fit. I mean, I just, I don't know.
Thank you. I have no further questions, John.
All right, any questions from the panel for Ms. Glass?
Ms. Glass, have you been, I was looking back on your education because you've said that you've educated yourself. Over that 9-year period, other than last month,
Right.
when I looked at it,
Right.
you've only done CEUs
Right.
last month. So
Correct.
that could have possibly been done Friday for all we know. We don't know.
It was,
So what have you done throughout the 9-year period? Because from the time you graduated to current practice is a world apart in
Correct.
nursing. So what have you done to maintain that?
at first, honestly, nothing, because I didn't think that.
It's okay, Ms. Glass. Just take your time, but feel free to speak. Have we got any tissues?
Sorry. At first, honestly, I was so mad at myself. Because I love being a nurse. And I thought, what if something bad would have happened? Like, really bad. And so I didn't know if I would ever even attempt to be here today, honestly. And then when I did file for restoration and realized what I needed and what you guys required and all that, I did complete some CUs then, but I don't have a copy of them. They were with my original application. I don't even remember where they were online somewhere. It was just a few. I don't even think it was. I can't even say how many it was. I can't remember. But and then everything just kept. I'd call up here and my application couldn't be found, and then it was in. And I thought, well, maybe they're just not going to give me a chance, So there was more the guilt, I guess, that I just had kind of given up. And then I took this job taking care of this gentleman, and it just kind of like relit my fire. I realized what I was missing. And so then I started, when I finally got in contact with Miss Rebecca, didn't really know what, if it needed to be at a college, if it could be online, if it was, and then I found y'all's list online, and that's kind of where I started. But other than just trying to be in a non-nursing role, but in healthcare in general, like taking care of Grady, that's really all I haven't done electronic health records. I wasn't here during COVID. I know there's a lot of changes, and I understand that, classes and education is probably going to be a big factor for you guys, and I'll do whatever you'll ask me to do. I just kind of didn't know where to start, I guess.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. I think we can all appreciate how open you've been with us today. The other question I have for you is, where are you looking to work? Have you already kind of figured out where you want to be? Have you had conversations with someone to know where you're going?
So, the company that I work for now, they don't hire nurses, so it would definitely have to be an employment change. But we got a church with a lady that is a clinic manager or nurse manager at a pediatric clinic. Never worked peds, but it's in an office setting. there's not, 35 patients on a med cart, I don't think that, I love the elderly. Like, that's where my heart's at, but I don't think I don't know that I'll ever go back to long-term care, honestly. So the pediatric clinic has been an option, or we've talked about it. I mean, there's no job offer or anything. Because really, I was terrified of what you guys would say today. So I don't even know, like, I haven't really thought much about it. Aside from that conversation with her.
But I will say, how will you handle leaving your current situation?
I'll probably stay with NPRN, honestly. They're like my grandparents now. I've been with them for so long.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Um, Based off that line of questioning, want to add to your statement or whatever your petition?
I think I've cried enough. That's good.
We can conclude the hearing now. We'll end with closing statements, starting with you and then,
I just want to say thank you for your time and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Glass is here today asking the panel to restore her license. And she has the burden to prove why they should be restored. So please don't forget that she still has outstanding fines from, I believe she testified as 2006 for misdemeanors that have not been paid. In considering her request, I would again like to ask the panel to consider the following. How long it's been since she practiced as a nurse? Going on 10 years now. The circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice safely, her conduct since losing her license, her compliance with all the restoration requirements, and again, if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you.
Great, this concludes the hearing in case number 2025-0047 involving the licensee, Ms. Cassie Taylor Glass, license number P-327265. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and we'll return with this decision in this matter. We are back on the record. I will announce the board's decision in case number 2025-0047 involving the licensee, Ms. Cassie Clark Glass, license number P-327265. The board voted to grant the petition with restrictions. So the restrictions are a payment of a $500 fine. You must complete an LPN refresher course, a board-approved LPN refresher course. And a part of this order will require you to meet with the board's compliance officer. So if you have any questions at that time about that, then you can ask about the course, a board-approved LPN refresher course. The restrictions will apply for 12 months. Employee reports, quarterly reports, single state license. And that's roughly the gist of it. But like I said, you'll get a written order in the mail within 45 days or less. And like I said, the order requires you to meet with the compliance officer here. So any questions you have, and when you get that order, be sure to ask them. And any questions for me? Do you have any questions for me? All right.
Good luck, Ms. Glass.
All right, we are, and I will call up the next matter On the docket, case number 2023-0118 involving the licensee, Ms. Rebecca Sanders, license number R-908990. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state their names for the record.
Jeremy Cummins.
Janie Clinton.
Mary Stewart.
And I understand Ms. Sandra Culpepper is alternate, serving as alternate for this panel. Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the licensee, Ms. Rebecca Sanders, present?
She is not, Your Honor.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We've got, we'd like to introduce B1 through B12, and she submitted to us R1. And I have no objection to that.
So exhibits B12 and exhibit R1 are admitted into the record for today's hearing. And because she's not present, will there be some testimony on the notice she was provided of this hearing?
Would you like me to address it now?
Let's swear Ms. Jones in, and just as a preliminary matter, she can testify about the notice provided to her.
You solemnly swear that this one you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Miss Jones was not the original investigator on this case. If you'll notice in the exhibits, she was originally served on page 6. She was originally served and set for July. And she received that notice you can see on page 8. The morning of that hearing, she called previous general counsel, Ms. Salzman, and said that she had strep. And that was brought to the panel, and it was continued until today. And you can see that service is also the notice of hearing that was sent to her is on page 25, noticing her for today. You can see on page 27 where that was received and sent back to the board.
All right, thank you. Yes, it appears Ms. Sanders received statutory notice of today's hearing, so we will proceed in her absence. Any opening statements, or do you just want to call your first witness?
I can just, I can waive my opening if that's okay. I will put on the record to you, she did call yesterday. She indicated that she all of a sudden has COVID. And so I offered her an ASP or her hearing would go forward because she'd been noticed. So we have not heard anything else since.
Oh, regarding the ASP? So where are you, Mr. Walker? Did you want to proceed with today's hearing, or did you?
I would prefer to proceed with today's hearing, given the history with the licensee and the conduct that we have. I would prefer to proceed, Your Honor, because we have statutory notice of and have met the statute for service. I would like to proceed.
Did she send you a written email asking for continuance due to COVID?
She did not. I sent her an email with the ASP indicating that that was her option, or her hearing would go forward in the morning. And she called me late yesterday afternoon and said that she would provide the ASP, but I told her she had to have it before her hearing this morning because she was noticed for today.
Okay, did you want to check to see if she has?
I've been checking.
Okay.
I've not received it.
Right. And you wish to proceed in her absence?
I do.
Can I ask a question? So the COVID, you said she immediately got COVID? What does that mean?
I don't know if she immediately got COVID. It was just, she told us, she called me yesterday afternoon and said she had COVID. It was after lunch.
She didn't provide any documentation that she had tests or anything like that?
Okay. No.
No, Your Honor, that
I
was
almost-
great. You just keep that down. I can dream. I can dream. Thank
Was this a telephone call or was this emails?
That was a telephone call. The only email I have is the one I sent her with the ASP, and then she called me yesterday afternoon, like 2:30, 3 o'clock, stating that she was gonna sign the ASP, but I told her I needed it by today. It's also in the email.
Is that in?
No, it's not in the exhibits. We can put it in there if y'all would like. Can we recess for?
Yeah, we'll take a brief, 10-minute recess to allow for the, interim.
Into that?
So, we'll get back on the record at 11:10 a.m. Y'all ready or do you need more time?
Did y'all get the copies? The proposed ASP and told her that I needed back before this morning or hearing would go forward. She called me shortly after.
Alrighty, exhibit B13 is. Any more questions from the panel? Regarding, move forward with the hearing in, Ms. Sanders' absence. Thank you.
But she confirmed receipt of the email verbally.
She called me, yes, ma'am. She had questions about it, what was in it, what it meant. And I told her I needed it back. She indicated she was on the way to get it signed. I just checked my email again. I don't have it.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions about this exhibit? All right, we'll proceed, and like I said, Mr. Walker, if you want to proceed with an opening statement, you can. But I think you stated you did, you want to waive it, all right, so you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll call Ms. Tawanda Jones. Ms. Jones, for record, will you state your name, your county residence, and your current place of employment?
Tawanda Jones, Rankin County and Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And we tell the board what it is that you do here. Tell the panel what it is you do here at the board.
I'm an investigator with the Board of Nursing,
How long have you done that?
7 years.
So is it part of your duties to investigate the complaints filed on licensees at this board?
It is.
Would you look at page 4, I believe it is, and state what that is for the record?
Page 4B, Exhibit B3 is a license verification.
And who's that for?
Rebecca Sanders
Can you tell us when she was first licensed in Mississippi?
in Mississippi is February 12th, 2018.
Okay. If you would look at page 7, will you identify that for us?
Page 7 is the complaint.
And can you tell us what Miss Sanders was charged with in that complaint?
Yes. Charge 1 is the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed in violation of Mississippi Administrative Code.
Are there any facts in that complaint that support that charge?
Yes.
Can you just sum that up or read it for us, please?
Yes. On or about January 24th, 2023, the respondent submitted to a pre-employment drug screen for a travel assignment with Medical Solutions at Southeast Health, Missouri. The results were positive for barbiturates On January 31st, 2023, the respondent admitted to taking medicine from a friend for a headache, but unable to produce a valid prescription for that medication.
Thank you. If you would, look at page 11, and will you identify that for the record?
Page 11 is the medical review officer report.
What does this show? What is this?
This is the results of a urine drug screen.
And who's listed as the donor on that drug screen?
The donor on this drug screen is Rebecca Sanders.
Can you tell me what date it was collected?
Date of collection was 1/24/2023,
What were the results?
positive for
What-
barbiturates.
Was she positive for anything else? Do you see on the right side of that page where it says positive?
I do.
You see what substances are listed there?
Barbiturates and barbiturate.
So two positives for her?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
You said this was an MRO, correct?
That's correct.
So it was verified by a medical officer?
Yes.
Okay. You will look at page 13. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a complaint report from the State Board of Nursing for the state of Missouri.
Okay, and who is it related to? Oh,
The respondent is a Rebecca Sanders.
okay, and what does it list as her employment status on this?
In the employment status box is checked as termination.
On the second page of this report is page 14, I believe. What does it say is the basis for that termination?
The facts are that it was for a positive pre-employment drug screen.
To say what she tested, what were the results of that?
It was positive. Since I'm submitting a complaint on behalf of Medical Solutions against Rebecca, scheduled to work for a travel assignment for the Medical Solutions of Southeast. She submitted a urine specimen for a pre-employment drug screen. The results were positive for barbiturates on 1/31/2023.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to page 17. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a complaint where the respondent self-reported to the Mississippi Board of Nursing for a positive drug screen.
And what was the date and time that she submitted that report?
This report was submitted to the Board of Nursing on 2/7/23 at 3:56 p.m.
All right, thank you. Will you flip over to page 19 and tell us what that is for the record?
Page 19, excuse me, is a PMP for the respondent.
Can you just, for the record, state what a PMP is, what it shows?
A PMP is a report for all narcotics or controlled drugs that are prescribed for an individual.
And have you reviewed this PMP?
I have.
Does she have a prescription, or does she show a prescription for barbiturates or the butalbital that she tested positive for?
No, there are no prescriptions listed on the PMP for this individual.
You know, I have no further questions. I turn to the witness.
Any questions for Ms. Jones from the PMP? Oh, statement, Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly, she was charged with, essentially illegally or obtaining and administering drugs to herself. We've shown evidence today that she was positive for a drug that she does not have a prescription for. I think that's clear and convincing evidence that she's guilty of the charge against her in the complaint. So we would ask the board to consider taking action on her license. Thank you.
At this time, I'll conclude the hearing in case number 2023-0118 involving the licensee, Ms. Rebecca Sanders, license number R-908990. I'll also call up the case numbers on the ASP docket.
No, that was it. Sorry.
Call up those to be considered by the board during this this week of hearings. And keep them at any time they're here this week. So I'll just read them out. Case number 2023-0204, case number 2024-1291, case number 2023-0051, case number 2021-1026, case number 2020-0080, case number 2022-0446, case numbers 2024-0499 and 2024-1164, case number 2022-1060, case number 2024-0569, case number 2023-0788, case number 2024-0971, and case numbers 2019-0691 and 2021-1012. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to.
Your Honor, if I may, one question, sorry. The attorney for licensee on case 2023-0788 stated he would like to be here, and that I indicated that could be after 1 o'clock, so if the panel could look at that one after 1.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Right,
Thank you. I apologize.
no problem. At this time, I entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-0118 involving the licensee, Ms. Rebecca Sanders, and the case numbers called on the ASP docket.
I'll make that motion.
Yes, thank you.
I'll second.
Seeing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on these matters. Right, we are back on the record. I will announce the board's decision in case number 2023-0118 involving the licensee, Ms. Rebecca Sanders, license number R-908990. The board finds the licensee guilty of charge. The penalty imposed is revocation. This concludes the announcement of the board's decision in case number 2023-0118. And this concludes the hearings for today. Actually, the board may continue to review the ASP docket throughout today and the week. So there may be additional announcements on the ASP docket. Particularly that one this afternoon after 1 o'clock. But Right, we are back on the record, after after the board went into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-0118 involving the licensee, Ms. Rebecca Sanders, and the ASP docket. Some of the matters from the ASP docket. Did I announce it? Okay, so I will announce the board's decisions. In case number 2023-0118 involving the licensee, Ms. Rebecca Sanders, the board found the licensee guilty as charged and the penalty imposed is revocation. On the ASP docket, case number 2023-0204 involving the licensee Haley Smith, license number P-335942. The board approved the ASP. In case number 2024-1291 involving the licensee Ms. Selena Steed, license number R-853141 EMP. The board approved the ASP. There is a typo, page 5. Just noting that for the record. In case number 2023-0051, involving the licensee, Ms. Chrissa Bennett, license number P-314999. The board proposed a modification. In case number 2021-1026, involving the licensee Caitlin Partridge, license number R-889070, the board approved the ASP. In case number 2020-0080, involving the licensee Rebecca Anderson, license number R-859287, the board approved the ASP. In case number 2022-0446, involving the licensee Shamika Johnson, license number R-897168, the board proposed a modification. In case number 2023-0788, involving the licensee Emily Permenter, license number R-888501, the board approved the ASP. This concludes the announcement of the board's decisions on the ASP docket. Obviously, there are other matters pending for their review, and they will be announced at some point throughout the week. And here you are, Brandon. Okay, and we'll go into executive session again to consider the remaining matters. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on the remaining matters on the ASP docket.
Make that motion.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to act in executive session to deliberate on these cases.
Motion, we go into executive session to deliver on these cases.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are back on the record. I will announce the board's decisions on matters included on the ASP docket in case number 2023-0051 involving the licensee Chrissa Bennett, license number P-314999. The board accepted the modified ASP. In case numbers 2024-0499 and 2024-1164 involving the licensee Annie Knight, license number R-70863. The board proposed a modification. In case number 2022-1060 involving the licensee Ashley Sledge, license number R-900747. The board proposed a modification. In case number 2024-0569 involving the licensee Brittany Alexander, license number R-888959. The board accepted the ASP. In case number 2024-0971 involving the licensee Melissa Rollinson, license number R-911106. The board accepted the ASP. And case numbers 2019-0691 and 2021-1012 involving the licensee Daniel McMillan, license number R-884030. The board proposed a modification. This concludes the announcement of the board's decision, and concludes the hearing for today and the announcements for today. Thank you all for your service.